Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Nathan Varnier, Oakland Baptist Church, Gum Springs, Virginia.
Good morning. Good morning. It's good to be with you this morning. Let us pray. Dear Almighty God, we thank you for the blessings that you bestow upon each of us and our loved ones each day. We thank you for the life that you give us to serve, and to serve with our whole heart and our whole self. We acknowledge that we can do nothing without your guidance, your direction, your strength, and most of all, your love. I pray that you would guide, direct, and strengthen this wonderful group of men and women as they serve the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I pray that you would unify them as they move through the process of asking questions, discussing those questions, and making decisions. I pray that their good work blesses the citizens they serve with a sense of safety and confidence of provision, and sets an example for those around this nation of how to serve and how to love. Being a leader is not an easy task, but it is a noble calling, one that demands focus, attention to detail, openness to others, and boldness to move forth into the mission at hand with love. May you bless these leaders with your goals and with your mission as they serve with purpose. We thank you and love you. Amen. Amen.
The clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Friday, March 9th, 2018.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. The reading of the journal is waived. Clerk will report any communication from the House delegates. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator.
And a super Saturday to you, sir. I respectfully move that we waive the reading of any communications from the affable House of Delegates.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes the time in the morning hour. We have the privilege and pleasure of welcoming our distinguished guests here in the Senate Gallery. I'd like to begin by recognizing the Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning to you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I would ask you to welcome the Reverend Nathan Varnier from Oakland Baptist Church in Gum Springs, Virginia, who started us off on this fine Saturday morning with a very nice prayer. Thank you, Reverend Varnier, for being here this morning.
Thank the Senator. Would the Reverend Nathan Varnier please rise in the gallery? Reverend, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for that really beautiful and powerful prayer. Got us off to the right foot. I know you're a Virginia Tech Hokie, so go Hokies. And we're birthday twins. You were born 6 days before I was. And so really appreciate your leadership, your three beautiful daughters, your wonderful family, and your moral leadership here in the Commonwealth of Virginia are something that we all greatly appreciate. I would ask everyone to please join me and extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to the Reverend Nathan Varnier. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Supplemental calendar number 1 for Saturday, March the 10th, 2018. Senate bill with governor's recommendations. Senate Bill 698.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the governor's recommendations, and I'd like to speak to them, please.
Senator has the floor.
You will recall that this bill allows DEQ to stop work in the event of water quality issue that arises during the construction of one of these major pipelines. This bill deals with erosion and sediment control. The next bill deals with stormwater management. They're the exact same bills in other respects and the exact same amendments. The bills were worked through and negotiated with all the parties of interest between the Senate and the House. They were subject to amendment in both houses, and the governor's amendment simply allows them to be enforceable from the moment he signs them. It's an emergency clause, and I'd ask you to adopt the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to with regard to Senate Bill 698? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 11.
Ayes 27, noes 11. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, this is the same amendment on basically the same bill, but this is when a water quality issue arises because of related to stormwater management. I hope you will adopt the governor's recommendation.
Senator, the question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All
President.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I join with the gentleman from Bath on this. This bill was thoroughly vetted, and it was a compromise position to give DEQ some authority where there may not have been outside of the federal authority, and it's a good bill, and I think there's a need for the emergency clause. So I'd ask the members to support it.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard?
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Parliamentary inquiry. With these clauses being emergency clauses, what is the required vote since it is a governor's amendment?
Majority.
21.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the governor's recommendation be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Mr. President.
Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, which we accepted the governor's amendments to Senate Bill 698, move we reconsider the vote so all members may vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate agreed to the governor's recommendation on Senate Bill 698 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, again, I would simply ask you to adopt the governor's recommendation to add an emergency clause to this legislation.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendation? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Regular calendar for Saturday, March the 10th, 2018 on page 8. These are replacement conferees on House Bill 1405, is named by the Chairman of Privileges and Elections, Senator Vogel, Senators Cosgrove, Edwards, and Chafin. We have another replacement. On page 14, on Senate Bill 825, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Privileges and Elections, Senator Vogel, or Senators Cosgrove, Edwards, and Chafin. On page 1 of your calendar, House Bill 3, Conference Committee report.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Mr. President, I would move adoption of the conference report.
Senator has the floor.
And I would, having made that motion, I would yield to my colleague, the senator from Henrico.
Thanks, Senator. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the conference report.
Senator has the floor.
The language was adjusted so that the dual enrollment expectations would be consistent with the bill that was already passed out of this body and the other earlier this year, so that there wasn't any confusion and we just had the best performance possible from our dual enrollment programs.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin, rise?
I didn't push that button. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We'll find the culprit. Do any other senators wish to be heard on HB 3? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Page 5 of the calendar, Conference Committee report on House Bill 986.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report. And speaking to that motion,
thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this bill deals with the disclosures that are to be made to families who accept a foster child in cases in which that proposed foster child has committed an act of sexual violence, and this clarifies that the information that's required to be disclosed is objective information, not subjective, not rumor. So with that, I would suggest that this clarifying language makes sense and would ask that it be adopted.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 986? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 11 of your calendar, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1583.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we agree to the Conference Committee report and speaking to the motion.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, in the Conference Committee report, there was one language change. And, Mr. President, this was one of the matters that we had attached the clause. As we've discussed through the process, we think the funding has been worked out between the bodies on this particular one. So with the approval of the Vice or the Co-Chairman of Finance, I'm going to move that we accept the Conference Committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regards to House Bill 1583? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 11, Conference Committee report on House Joint Resolution 118.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, move that the Senate accept the conference committee report. And speaking to the motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this was another in the list of bills that we'd attached the contingency clause on in Finance Committee. Mr. President, as it continued to go through the process, Department of Social Services advised that they would not need to hire any new personnel in order to perform the study. Thus, we did not have to make a financial expenditure in the budget, so we agreed to remove the contingency clause, and I would renew the motion that we accept the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Joint Resolution 118? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 12, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 343.
Wasn't fielded. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Senator has the floor.
This is the bill that deals with the situation with school board employees who were caught up in that recent Supreme Court decision that that required the firing of school board employees who'd been convicted of a felony but made disclosures to their school boards, and this is a backward-looking bill only that rectifies the situation for those who, through no fault of their own, were employed for a period of time, and Supreme Court essentially invalidated their employment. So with that, this does not adopt a forward-looking approach, simply corrects the injustice done to those who were caught up in that ruling. It's not where the senator from Lynchburg and I would like to see this go, and I expect that we will be back next year talking about the situation looking forward and giving school boards more latitude with respect to what they can do, and it's my hope that we'll be able to advance the ball in future years, but this really does address the serious injustice that's been done to folks who, through no fault of their own, wound up out in the cold. So I would hope it would be the will of the body to adopt this conference report.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake, rise?
To speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. There were two bills, House Bill 1000 and then Senate Bill 343. As the senator from Rockingham said, the House bill looked backwards. Our bill, Senate Bill 343, looked forward. In meeting with numerous school boards during the summer and fall as we prepared for session, it became apparent for many of them that this was a current problem for employees that they had, and they wanted to solve the problem looking forward. And Senator Obenshain and I had a bill that solved this problem once and for all, backwards, current, and forward. That bill was never considered in the House. I was never contacted by anyone in the House until yesterday, the day before, that there may be a potential problem with the House before it was amended yesterday. And to follow up what my fine seatmate said the other day, sometimes it appears that there may be a tyranny in the House that we are all subject to. There may be one or two people that have a disproportionate impact on legislation that we send forward from the Senate. I have no desire to harm the people that need employment that this bill will fix. I am, however, extremely irritated at the lack of hearing that our bills are receiving in the lower chamber. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, just briefly, I understand the gentleman from Lynchburg's concern, but this is the bill that really solves the problem. We really need this bill, or there are a number of people that aren't going to get their retirement. There are going to be people that the question is were they ever employed legally? And I tend to agree with most of the bill from the senator from Lynchburg, but this bill is absolutely needed. I hope we would agree to the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 343? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 15, Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 971.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move the adoption of the Conference Committee Report.
Senator has the floor.
To that, this Conference Committee Report simply does a couple of things. Well, one thing. It removes a reenactment clause, and that reenactment clause was attached for reasons wholly unrelated to this bill. And reasonable minds prevailed, and it has come off, and this gives the administration the ability to conduct this evaluation of what can or should be done with respect to Interstate 81, and this is a cooperative effort from the executive branch and the legislative branch to simply look at options.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 971? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 6, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 1000.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report. This is the House companion to the bill that we just voted on concerning the Supreme Court decision with respect to school employees.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 1000? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
How are you taking the paper clip off?
I'll give it to you.
Page 9, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 1504.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, Mr. President. The House actually acceded to the Senate's amendments, and therefore I move that the bill pass virtual enrollment, making it easier for children taking virtual classes to do that. Move that we adopt the
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 1504? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
On page 10, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1539.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the Conference Committee report.
The Senator has the floor.
And speaking to that motion, Mr. President, this is the WMATA funding bill. We met at length on this bill and came to a compromise on the exact language that and how WMATA will be monitored, who will monitor WMATA's performance, what will happen if WMATA actually exceeds 3% increases and losing the funding. It does not involve the TOT, transient occupancy tax. It's Saturday morning, Mr. President, and has been removed from the bill, as well as the grantor's tax. And with that explanation, I would move that the Conference Committee report be reported.
Thank you, Senator. What purpose is the Senior Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Black, rise?
Mr. President, to address the issue.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I certainly respect the purpose for which this is introduced and the conference report. I understand that we are somewhat boxed in. However, we find ourselves so often in this situation where we're in these organizations where we don't have the ability to impose financial controls or discipline the way that a business would. And as a consequence, the bureaucrats who run the organization spend excessively, and they do not budget as we budget. We're forced to budget in Virginia. They simply run themselves into a black hole. In this situation, now I understand the conferees have done the best that they can do, and I respect that. But we find ourselves in a situation where we're raking off money that normally would go to pay for highways throughout the Northern Virginia area. And so once again, we are robbing the highways, and we're doing it in order to pay for mass transit. And so I cannot support the bill. I understand that we're sort of in a fix because we've got a lousy WMATA board that will not control their spending. They will not have any discipline over what they're doing. And so it does put us in a spot. But it is unfortunate that the people who commute back and forth on our highways to work are going to see the money for their highways diverted to mass transit, not in an efficient way either, but in a way that reflects profligate spending. So I will not be able to support this, but I do, again, I respect the conferees who I think are making the best of a very difficult situation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. What purpose is a senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the Conference Committee report.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I strongly urge the body to adopt this Conference Committee report. Clearly, there have been some problems with Metro in terms of a number of things for a period of time. What I can tell you is that for many years, Metro operated at an extraordinarily efficient level. Earlier this century, Metro was one of only two systems in the entire country where there was almost no subsidy needed for any of the operating costs of the entire rail system, with over 90% of the cost being covered by fares. Basically, starting in the 2000s and continued into the early part of this decade, there were some poor decisions and poor management as it relates to Metro, but those are being fixed. With the current general manager we have at Metro, we are making tremendous progress, have had significant turnaround. We no longer have the problems that have been alluded to by the senior senator from Loudoun. And the report that was done for the General Assembly and for the Commonwealth of Virginia by former U.S. Transportation Secretary Ray LaHood documented that. The expenditure levels are reasonable. The pay levels for the employees are reasonable. The pensions are less than the average pension of transit workers around the country. And the pension system is closer to being fully covered than either the Maryland or Virginia systems for our own employees. So the problems that had been existing are diminishing greatly. There's been a tremendous increase in the on-time performance of Metro recently. One of the problems that we had previously, and which led to some of the problems with operation of the system, was that they were not addressing the capital needs. This is funding solely for capital needs. What it will do is, over a 10-year period, ensure in a cooperative fashion from Maryland, D.C., and Virginia, and this is the first time the three of us had really come together to address that. We will fix that system, make it the shining star that it was previously, which will help tremendously in terms of the economy of Virginia. It will help tremendously on things such as the Amazon proposal that we have right now. We need it. The people of Virginia need it, and we will make this. We are already making it better, and it will improve dramatically with this bill. So we need to pass this bill, and I'd urge everybody to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville, rise.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make sure we're clear about the issues with Metro. I mean, there's no question that the board has some things that left to be desired, and the board needs to be fixed. We added the ability of the governor to put somebody on that board, I think about 7 years ago, because if the state was going to be putting in money, we thought somebody from the state ought to be on that board to have something to say how it's spent. And I thought that was a good step. But the biggest problem with Metro is a lack of money. And this lack of money is a problem that continues to be a problem in this state. And when we passed 2313 back in 2013, they said this state had $120 billion of unfunded transportation needs. 2313 funded about $20 billion. We're about $100 billion short 5 years ago, and we're still short. And, you know, I appreciate the senior senator from Loudoun's concerns about the lack of money for roads, but we're still short. We're still way short, notwithstanding what we did. And until we start putting money into these problems, they're going to continue to fester and fester and fester. We're going to be down here fighting about them every year after year after year. Metro needs money for capital, needs it now. This bill takes a first very small step, but we need to do more. And I hope we keep that in mind as we continue to fight about these things over the next probably decade until we get more money for all these things, whether it's I-81, Metro, 95, everything. We need more money everywhere.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Spotsylvania? Senator Reeves, rise.
Will the senator from Southern Fairfax rise for a question?
Senator rise.
Yes, I will.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a question. So in the committee conference report, thank you, would this take what's struck out of there, take this and make an exception so they weren't part of that bill HB2 that sets the priority for the rest of the state on locality spending and what projects were based on their merit? So this is making an exception to that?
No, it does not make an exception to that. This is specifically for transit funding. So it does not deal with the types of issues that are dealt with in most of HB2 and does not make an exception to that. And this is for the capital cost that goes specifically to Metro, with a little bit going to VRE as well.
So follow-on question, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
So when I'm reading it, lines 300 through 303, if you can tell me the intent of that language that was struck, how does that apply? Mr. President, I'm looking at the conference report.
The 300 to 303?
Yes.
I'll tell you the language I have on lines 300 to 303 on the copy that I have. Any monies remaining in the fund, including interest thereon at the end of the fiscal year, shall not revert to the general fund, but shall remain in this fund. The controller shall disperse the funds to WMATA on a monthly basis. Is that the language to which you're referring?
Mr. President, I have that the struck-out language would be appropriated and allocated pursuant to the highway allocation formulas provided by law to the highway construction district in which the project or projects to be financed are located, or in the city or county in which the project or projects to be financed are located. So maybe I'm at a disconnect, Mr. President. Can this go by just temporarily?
Without objection, let's go by temporarily.
Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 856.
Same thing. The Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Can that bill go by temporarily?
Without objection, it will go by temporarily.
There's no struck language, just additional language. It's 7:30 in the. You got to go to. I think it's 7:30 in the morning.
Page 4 of the calendar, House Bill 767.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Mr. President, can this go by just temporarily, please?
Without objection, go by temporarily.
Mr. President, can we belay that? I would yield to Senator Ebershine.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshade.
President, I would move that we adopt the conference committee report. This is the House companion to our ambitious split precinct bill. It had two parts. One part was freezing precincts, and second was establishing a framework for the next decade. Unfortunately, the House dug their heels in and would not agree to establishing the framework for the next decade. Instead, the conference committee report deals simply with the immediate issue, not the long-term issue. So this really needs to be done, notwithstanding the larger policy issue that was the goal of Senator from Southern Fairfax and me. So I would hope that we will adopt this.
Thanks, Senator.
This is dealing only with capital needs of.
Does the Senior Senator from Fairfax wish to be heard? No? Okay. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 767? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Let me have her run off.
Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 6.
Ayes 33, noes 6.
Conference Committee report on page 16 on Senate Bill 983.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshade.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. This is the Senate version of this split precinct bill that I just described.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 983? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, noes 7. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we just passed Senate Bill 980, the conference report, I would move that we reconsider that vote. I voted the wrong way.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate adopted the conference committee report on Senate Bill 983 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report, having already been explained.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Returning to page 15, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 856.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Okay, Mr. President, back on thing, sometimes you think you got a conference committee report and you can just kind of hit the broad points and send it through, but obviously we slowed down a little bit. The questions that were asked by the senator from Spotsylvania, that language over there, as I mentioned earlier, in order to come up with the $156 million, which is Virginia's component, and let me step back a little bit more. Metro's total capital needs are $500 million a year for the foreseeable future. Okay, and that's obviously a three-way commitment. Virginia's commitment of that would be $156 million, $154 million, $154 million. In order to get to that number without the tax increases that I'd mentioned, which were in the Senate bill, and that's a transient occupancy tax, which I'm having problems with on a Saturday morning, and the grantor's tax, we went into the NVTA fund and pulled that money out. That language from the senator from Spotsylvania actually removes the language about how that money would be allocated for road construction, and then assigns that money back into that pool. And then there's a little language added on that basically says, and for the rest of the money left over, this is how we're going to handle it. And it refers to another code section. So going back to the original bill, this is the bill that provides $156 million. It's very important that this bill move forward today, because Maryland is sitting and getting ready to come up on their adjournment. They are waiting on Virginia to do a couple of things. First of all, to come up with the money so that they can then go and get their appropriation at their state house, and then D.C. will fall in line. But secondly, Maryland tends to be a little more liberal than Virginia, and a little bit more, yeah, it's true. And so to talk to the senior senator from Loudoun County's concerns, we have put significant controls in this package. And one of those is that we say that you cannot increase your cost by more than 3% a year, which is in keeping with inflation numbers that we think will proceed ahead. If they do, they lose 30% of the money we allocate, which effectively does away with the entire program. We have gone through and significantly streamlined the WMATA board. What's that? Yeah, so we have put these controls into place. We've set parameters. This is not a may hold back money. This is the CTB shall hold back money if these costs. They are required to turn over a significant amount of reports. I don't get caught up in the four-member board, but we have significantly reduced who's allowed to vote and what the responsibilities are. And we've also required that certain documentation plans and plans have to be submitted to these governing bodies for not just their review, but also their approval. So this is a significant change. Many of the things that Mr. LaHood had put into a study have been incorporated in this. Maryland and, quite frankly, D.C. are looking for Virginia to take the lead, if for no other reason, to provide themselves a little cover on some of these management techniques. So we have significantly altered the state of this bill, and I hope that is a little better for a Saturday morning explanation.
Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
I thank the senior senator from Virginia Beach, and I know the senior senator from Fairfax has ordered a printed copy because the copy that's in our electronic calendar is not the most recent updated conference report. And I would ask if we could just take that by till we can actually read that. It's about 45 pages, and some of my colleagues would like the opportunity to just skim it before we take that final vote on it.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben Rise.
To just briefly speak to the conference report.
Senator has the floor.
I was looking, too, for the conference report. Was confused earlier, but it is now on the system. I would just tell the Senator it's in your system now.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
So I won't have to repeat this later. Let me remind everybody, in 856, as in the bill from Delegate Hugo, and I'm aware of what people like and don't like, there are no new tax increases, okay? None, zero, nada, okay? The only tax increase that's included in that $154 million is from the bills that we voted for yesterday and are now on their way to the governor that increase the regional floor. The other thing is none of the money in this bill was ever scheduled to be spent outside of the Northern Virginia Transportation District. Okay, and I'd like to, Senator Reeves should know that. And if anybody in here still holds out that, well, maybe they could have used this highway money to widen I-95, I don't have to remind you that under the deal negotiated about 6 years ago, if we were to widen I-95 from Spotsylvania County to Northern Virginia, we would have to pay a tremendous sum of money. Let me repeat that, a tremendous sum of money to an Australian company named Transurban, okay? If we so much as widen that 2 feet, we have to pay a tremendous amount of money to an Australian company. So 95 is not going to be widened, and that money would not be used for that. This is strictly capital transit money. When the LaHood Commission had that long-term study, they showed several things, and this might answer the senior senator from Loudoun's comments. The operating expenses at Metro were in line with the operating expenses of other Metro systems around the country. That's in Atlanta, Houston, L.A., Chicago, San Francisco, and New York. Our pension, the pension of those employees was more financially stable than either the Maryland retirement system or the Virginia retirement system. They were in line with that. And as the senior senator from Virginia Beach said, while the average expenses have been going up in most of these transit systems of 6 and 7% a year, we've stuck in there 3%. If it goes up more than 3%, we shall withhold up to $35 million. Okay? Now, if the senator from Loudoun County is concerned about runaway capital cost, I know one way that we could dramatically alter that, and that's just simply if he wants to put in a bill. I'm not saying it would be successful, but if the senator from Loudoun wants to dramatically halt or bring under what he would consider control of capital expenses, he should put in a bill that would eliminate the line from Dulles Airport out to Ashburn in Loudoun County where he lives. So that would definitely limit capital expenditures in the future. So, but there is nothing nefarious in this bill. None of this money would have ever been spent outside of Northern Virginia for any highway purposes. There's no tax increases. We need to get to $154 million, and that needs to be shown to both the district and Maryland prior to us adjourning. And the reason is, while the D.C. City Council is in session all year, I guess all year round, Maryland adjourns in very early April, around, 10th or 11th, something like that. Their veto session, I believe, is next January. So they wouldn't be going back in until then. Meantime, they would have seen that we didn't reach $154 million. This bill technically, I would say to people in here, this bill technically has in it $132 million. The other $22 million comes from the regional floors. And so this is, you shut down the Metro system, and I can guarantee the senior senator from Loudoun, if any of his people work in Fairfax County or Arlington or Crystal City or D.C., they might want to have to leave their homes at about 3 in the morning in order to get to work at 8 or 9 o'clock. So we don't need to do that. We've got a transit system that works fairly well, and we didn't need any subsidies until we let we didn't do anything for capital. And by the way, I might add, this is the only mass transit system in America that did not have a dedicated source of funding. Let me repeat that, the only transit system in America, mass transit system, that didn't have a dedicated source of revenue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 856? Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Inquire the clerk. Madam Clerk, is the copy that we have at 10, let me look at the top of this thing. At 1027, is that the current copy? Mr. President. Is the one that's currently attached on our calendar, our digital calendar, the correct conference report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still ask that the bill go by temporarily.
We can go to the memorial resolution.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
If I could have the attention of the body just for a moment, I appreciate that it is the last day, but I would encourage you to be sensitive to cutting off your mic after you have spoken, because if you leave it on, the conversations that you have, which you think may be private, or not, and they are being broadcast. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Page 16, memorial resolution.
Hey, Carrico, what do you have for lunch?
Senate.
Oh, sorry.
Page 16, memorial resolutions.
The senator from Hanover appears to be the patron, maybe?
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. Question is, the resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Commending resolution. Senate Resolution 81, commending the Wakefield High School boys basketball team.
Senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the resolution pass.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Resolution 81? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Resolution 81 is agreed to.
Mr. President, inquiry of the clerk. Do you have any other conference committee reports on your desk at this time?
No, sir.
Further inquiry, Mr. President. Are there, I believe, just relax, okay? Just everybody relax. Are there any conference committee reports that we pass by temporarily?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, if you would be so kind to try and to revisit those.
Page 10, 1539.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me try this one more time. And there's been the objections from the senator from Spotsylvania. He was ready to move ahead. Another question from the junior senator from Virginia Beach who read new language about a transient occupancy tax. I'm getting better on a Saturday morning with that one. All we have done is repealed that code section from one part of the code and put it into this new legislation. The transient occupancy tax was 2% years ago, 2% last year. It is still 2% this year. It's just moved to a new code section. There are no new taxes in this bill. The only new funding that was provided, you all either voted for or against yesterday. That was the gas tax floor. The money that made up the difference between the House bill and the Senate bill has been removed from that pot of money that was originally all going to the NVTA funds. That money has been additionally tapped to get to what we need to get to, which is $156 million. So with that explanation, Mr. President, I renew my motion that we accept the conference committee report.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to HB 1539? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
The only other bill that we went by temporarily is Senate Bill 856.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
And Mr. President, this bill is now identical to the bill we just passed, so I move that we accept the conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 856? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. Senate will be at ease temporarily. It will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Madam Clerk.
The House of Delegates has rejected the report of the Committee of Conference and has requested a second Committee of Conference on House Bill 220. Page 3.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, inquiry from the clerk. Did I understand it had been rejected?
Yes, sir, and they've requested a second Committee of Conference.
Mr. President, I move that we accede to the first request.
To a second request.
Accede to the House request for a second Committee of Conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede to the House's second conference committee request? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
The second Committee of Conference on behalf of the Senate on House Bill 220, as named by the Chair of Local Government, Senator Stanley, are Senators Chafin, Marsden, and Donovan. On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill 762.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference report. And speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Norfolk 4 claims bill, the first of two you're going to see. I assume everybody's familiar with the Norfolk 4 situation, but it's four gentlemen who were wrongfully convicted down in Norfolk by basically a corrupt detective. The bill would authorize about $3.5 million from the state, assuming that the city of Norfolk also appropriates the matching amount of money for them as well, and there's a release agreement signed that basically settles everything. The one piece which I think everybody needs to be aware of, in addition to this bill also creates a new code section in the code for people who are wrongfully convicted through intentional misconduct. And we wanted to make sure that we created a system, if in case that ever happens in the future, we set a precedent, because this is compensating these people a little bit more than what the wrongful incarceration current code section currently does, and that's because of the intentional misconduct by the detective in this situation. So this will hopefully give us a process. Well, hopefully this will never happen again, but in case it ever does, this will give us a process in the code and precedent to fit within. So I'd move we adopt the bill.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just rise in support of the bill. A persisting concern I had was that while this is a very unusual situation, I was concerned about future claim bills. I realize that everyone who's ever been aggrieved in a situation like this feels that their situation is unique. And once you open up that uniqueness argument, I don't know how you ever really carve out exceptions. So I think by addressing it in the comprehensive way that we have and codifying it, that it will give us an opportunity to distinguish on some of these claims. And I thank the Senator for his wordsmithing on it, because it really was helpful.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 762? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Mr. President.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side in House Bill 1539 at page 10, I would ask that we reconsider that vote.
Question is, shall the vote by which the conference committee report was adopted with regard to House Bill 1539 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Having previously been explained, this is the WMATA funding bill. I move that we accept the conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
On page 13.
Mr. President.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Unfortunately, I have to do the same with the companion bill, which is Senate Bill 856 on page 15. Having voted on the previous prevailing side, move that we vote again.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the vote by which the conference committee report was adopted regarding Senate Bill 856 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senior Senator for Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously been explained, I move we accept this conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
I'm really sorry, but having voted on the prevailing side where we adopted the resolution to 1539, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
Senator, we'll need unanimous consent to do that.
We just had one member that voted the wrong way. Then,
I understand. If you requesting it,
I understand.
It's recorded.
The ability to do it. So there are two votes?
No, it's just one vote to reconsider.
Right, but it means that
it's not.
Mr. President, I withdraw my request to reconsider that bill.
Okay. Request withdrawn.
Page 13. Senate Bill 512.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suterline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the conference committee to Senate Bill 512 be agreed to.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 512 is the student privacy bill that I introduced after the issue we had last year in which several students at our public colleges and universities found out that their personal email addresses and personal cell phone numbers were readily available to anyone who asked for them. And they started receiving a lot of information they did not want to receive of a marketing nature. So the bill that we reported out here addressed personal phone numbers, personal email addresses. After discussions with the other chamber, which you'll see hopefully a different bill that goes to a different code section. They feel very important that physical address, which would also include mailing address, which is simply called address in the bill, be included. And we were able to come to that agreement after some discussion. It also clarifies that this information can be given out if a student grants that permission, or if it's a minor student, their parents can grant that permission. I hope it'll be the pleasure of the body to pass this bill.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 512? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
On page 14, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 772.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, I move we adopt the conference report. And speaking of that motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill we just voted through a second ago, 40-0. I would again move we adopt the conference report.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 772? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 13, the House has requested a second committee of conference.
We have to insist.
We have to insist and request. Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move that we insist and request a second committee of conference on Senate Bill 371.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a second committee of conference with regard to Senate Bill 371? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
That is all the business we have before us.
Senate will be at ease.
they can be exempted from it. I think it's a much more reasonable approach than where the House started off, and I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to adopt the conference report to House Bill 1.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 1? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
On page 2, Conference Committee report on House Bill 129.
Mr. President.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report, and I would like to speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill deals with a worker retraining program for manufacturing jobs. It's one of those bills that we had placed the clause on, and with the conference committee report, I'm asking you that we would remove that clause for two reasons. One, the underlying bill is a good bill dealing with worker training, and it actually reduces the state exposure from 2.5 million down to $1 million. The second reason for making this one different than some of the bills coming in front of us today that have the clause on it, it does not deal with a direct appropriation. So I would move that we accept the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 129? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 3, Conference Committee report, second one, on House Bill 220.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference report on House Bill 220 and in support.
Senator has the floor.
This bill has gone back to the version that it was engrossed in, with one amendment making clear that private property rights are not affected. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. What purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Senator yield.
I will yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
I would ask the gentleman, are there any immunity provisions in this version?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman from Fairfax City that that is the purpose of the bill itself, is to have immunity provisions, and that they now apply to localities.
Further question, Mr. Chair.
Further question.
But the immunity provisions are solely for Southwest Virginia and no longer include Fairfax County?
Mr. President, I would say that the immunity provisions are for all localities, but I would say that they do not apply to the Fairfax County Recreational Authority.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 220? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
On page 6, Conference Committee report on House Bill 999.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we agree to the conference committee report and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this was Mr. President, there were a couple with the same titles, but this was extending the sunset clause on the Broadband Advisory Council. Mr. President, there was a lot of disagreement about the membership of that council. It's one where the House of Delegates has 4 members and the Senate has 2 members. We tried to come up with a reasonable agreement on that. The House was not as we were not able to come up with that reasonable agreement. I'll just say it that way. So, Mr. President, this commission was to expire in July, so the way we decided to resolve it was to agree to extend the sunset by 1 year to next year, and we're going to continue to try to work on the membership when we're not here.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 999? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 6, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1010.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I ask that we agree to the Conference Committee report.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, speaking to it, this was a relief bill on Robert Paul Davis, who was another gentleman that was convicted of a criminal offense that subsequently factually proved to be untrue. And it is a normal claims bill, and it did not involve the complications that the Norfolk 4 did. So I respectfully ask that we accept the Conference Committee report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to House Bill 1010? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Page 12, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 149.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report, and I would defer to the Senator from Roanoke City on this measure.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, all this does is add a reenactment clause for next year. This outdoor smoking bill for Roanoke City asked for it, but I think a lot of other localities would like it as well. It basically provides that the locality can provide set up signage for reasonable non-smoking areas in an outdoor amphitheater or outdoor venue of some sort, and then if somebody and provide a $25 civil penalty only. But if somebody does smoke in the non-smoking area, then a law enforcement officer would have to come up and remind the person you're not supposed to smoke. And only after that, then the person can be charged with a civil penalty of $25. And again, it has a reenactment clause. That's all it does.
Thank you, Senator. Any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 149? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Page 13, Conference Committee report, second Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 371.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the second Committee of Conference report. And
you have the floor.
Speaking of that, this is the same as House Bill 220. The bill has now gone back to the version it was engrossed in, with, again, the amendment making clear that the rights of persons to private property are not affected.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 371? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
On page 16, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 991.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the conference committee report and speak into the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is the Senate companion to the House Bill 999, where we tried to come to a meeting of the minds of membership. We're unable to do that. We're going to work at it over the off session, and this just extends the sunset clause from July of this year to July of next year to allow us those further conversations.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard with regard to Senate Bill 991? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could stand at ease, please, sir.
The Senate will stand at ease. County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to respectfully ask that we stand in recess until 12:45, and if the Senate Republicans would go down to our meditation room very promptly so we can try to perhaps get home before the sun sets today.
Senate will stand in recess until 12:45. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise.
We had a little accident here. I had to shoot the bunny.
Right before Easter, huh? Senator from James City, Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
That's fine. Never mind.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are winding down and waiting for some information, but I wanted to take the opportunity for a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
As it would come to no surprise to anyone in this body, there were those yesterday down at the other end of the Capitol who took umbrage at my comments. And I think anyone that has dealt with me in the legislative process over the years knows that I do not take this process personally. To me, it is a business, and that's how I approach my conduct in the General Assembly. But sometimes I forget that because I am a trial attorney, that everyone else in the legislature is not a trial attorney. And I am very accustomed to the mental gyrations and the adversarial rhetoric that might go on in a courtroom. And when it is over, the attorneys leave and it is business, and they still have their personal relationships and do not take umbrage at perhaps comments that are made during that adversarial proceedings. So I can understand that those who perhaps do not labor in the professional fields that I do not look at it in that same perspective. I would say on my comments on the speaker yesterday, if he took umbrage and was offended, I apologize. He is not only a colleague, but has been a friend in his leadership through the years as a majority leader and as a budget conferee have been very valuable. And I would say, contrary to the interpretation of what I said, my comments yesterday were factually as they related to me. If, in fact, I were dramatically out of step with my caucus, they would terminate my leadership, and that's just a fact of life. I did not say anything intentionally that would suggest that the Speaker should resign, because that is within the exclusive province of the House of Delegates, and they can determine what their leadership is, just as the Senate Republican Caucus can determine who leads them, and the Senate Republican Caucus can determine who leads them. So I would say that I do think there's a little bit of a conundrum going on over in the House of Delegates as they are trying to culturally adjust to the shift and the margins that they have. And I would say that Senator Saslaw and myself and everybody in the Senate has been through those painfully adjusting and cultural changes as we have gone back and forth. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a condensed point of personal privilege and a presentation.
Senator has the floor.
This morning, I was contemplating how I, as a non-member of the Finance Committee, certainly not a conferee, how I could influence the deliberations of our budget conferees as they try and resolve the great disparities between the Senate budget and the House budget. And I thought that deer antler wine may not be an adequate incentive for a final agreement. So I thought that maybe some top-shelf champagne from 7-Eleven would be to imbibe only upon the adoption of the budget might help. And I would point out to the conferees that even the cheapest Andre champagne will wash away the most foul taste of deer antler wine.
Do any other senators have any cheap alcohol that they want to bring out? Seeing none, Senate will stand at ease.
Or the President of the Senate to be here. Does anybody have a meaningful, outstanding conference committee report that they have, other than Senator Vogel? Does anyone have a meaningful conference committee report that they have a reasonable expectation will be communicated? Thank you.
Don't make me shoot that thing again. That thing won't stay dead.
Has 9 lives. Page 8, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 1297.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I feel like my seatmate's a little close here. I think he's changing his compassionate feelings from the executive branch to his legislative friends, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we adopt this one last final no more conference reports. And speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, after hard-fought negotiations, the House came to a good decision, Mr. President, and with this advisory board, which is in existence, it now becomes a legislative board. And Mr. President, the Senate has 10 selections. The House has 10 selections. The governor gets 5.
Oh.
So, Mr. President, with that, I move that we accept the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 1297? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Please close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senator will be at ease temporarily. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Sergeant at Arms,
Mr. President, a message from the House.
please receive it.
The gentleman from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Mr. President, I've been directed by the Speaker of the House to inform the Senate that the House of Delegates is ready to adjourn sine die.
Thank you, Mr. Delegate. The chair directs the senator from James City County, Senator Norman, to inform the House of Delegates that the Senate is ready to adjourn sine die. The chair appoints the senator from James City County, Senator Norman, the senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, the senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal, the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, the committee on the part of the Senate to inform the governor that the General Assembly is ready to adjourn sine die and to inquire if he has any further communication to make. The Senate will be at ease. is the senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, the committee appointed to inform His Excellency the Governor that the General Assembly is ready to adjourn sine die wishes to respectfully report that they have performed this extraordinarily important duty assigned to them. Do I now move?
Thank you, Senator.
Is that good?
That is good. And now,
I move the reading of a communication be waived if there is one, but there may not be one.
You have one? Okay. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn sine die.
Thank the senator. As many as are in favor of the motion to adjourn sine die will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The chair is uncertain. We'll have a recorded vote. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate is adjourned sine die. Take care, everybody. Thank you.